veteran Yogyakarta, Indonesia. So Professor Nurcholis is currently serves as the chairman of the University Senate and coordinator of the Magister program in soil science. He earned his doctoral degree from the Kagoshima University, Japan, and has devoted much his academic research career to the fields of the soil rehabilitation, land reclamation, bioenergy development, and sustainable land management. His research and professional contribute have significantly advanced our understanding of how degraded lands can be restored and transformed into the productive and sustainable ecosystem. He has also played important leadership roles in higher education and professional organisms related to soil science and land resource management. Today, Professor Mohammad will deliver plenary lecture entitled Reclamation of Degraded Lands through Soil Rehabilitation and Sustainable Bioenergy Development. This topic is highly relevant to the ISAFE 2026 and his highlight innovation approach of the restoration environmental resilience while supporting sustainable energy production. So please join me in warmly welcoming Professor Mohammad Nurcholis.
Okay. Good morning, professors, and then staff, and also student, and also for the participant offline and also online. Yeah. First of all, I would like to thanks for the ISAFE that today, yeah, it is wonderful for me, yeah, to deliver my presentation, yeah, with the title of Reclamation of Degraded Land through Soil Rehabilitation and Sustainable Bioenergy Development. Yeah, for the contents of our my presentation, the background, and then soils and its functions, and then mining and land degradation, and then soil rehabilitation, bioenergy crops as sustainable solution, and then conclusion. Yeah. Okay, so soils is a fundamental natural resource that supports terrestrial life and also ecosystem function. Yeah. And you know that mining activities often cause land degradation, including soil deterioration and then biodiversity loss, yeah, and also heavy metal contamination. And the contaminated soils may not be suitable for food production due to potential risks to human health. And land rehabilitation is therefore essential to restore soil functions and environmental quality. And bioenergy crops offer sustainable option for utilizing degraded lands while producing renewable energy. And then biomass-based energy can reduce dependence of fossil fuels and contribute to lower carbon emission. Yeah. you know that soils, there are many kinds of soil that from the rocks that from weathering, there are many kinds of parent materials. Then from parent materials by phytogenesis to be soils, but it also transported to be parent materials again, and then it can continue with phytogenesis to soils. But also from parent material is also transported and then to be parent materials and then to be soils. But you know that before the soil, the phytogenesis occur only in natural, but now, yeah, for the human technology, so the pathogenesis to be the artificial by human. And I also show here about what kinds many kinds of parent material, and it is the there are many kinds of soil can be developed. And you know that soils as resources, so soils limited. You know that the soil is limited because there is no enlargement of the area for the soil area, and also easy degraded by misuses and also management, and also this non-renewable. You know that just 1 centimeters in 100 years. Yeah, but you know that we are living, yeah, just 60 and then 80 or 90. So I said that it is the not renewable, and also area reduction caused by conversion and also degradation. And how about mining? You know, that we cannot develop technology, many technologies without mining. So we can see here that from mining, we can develop industry, military, and then manufacture, infrastructure, energy, agriculture, and so on. So it is very important. But you know that we have to dig the deep place that we can get the valuable materials like water, oil, and gas, and also ore. But you know that there are many problems about the relief and then hydrology, cell physical and chemical properties, and flora, fauna, and also habitat for human. So by this way, so there are many problems for the impact of the mining. So I make the simple illustration about the mining land from the excavation. So it is soil and overburden dump, and also we can use by backfilling, yeah, to reclamation here, yeah. But also from mining, yeah, we can extract for industry. So there is also tailings that we have to make it for reclamation. So after mine closure, so we have to use again for the post-mining land. And you know that I also make how about the changes, yeah, in land components resulting from mining activities. I will not mention all of here, but you know that there are many conditions for the soil before mining, and then when the mining production, and also how about the post mining. So very complex for the impact of the mining. Yeah, but yeah, without the mining, we cannot develop for the human life. Okay, so yeah, here I just give illustration for some picture that already I recorded. Yeah. But here that the environmental changes. But here you can see that substantial environmental alteration. Yeah. So there are many factors such as the type of mineral commodity and then geological and mineralogical characteristic of the deposit and also climate, condition, topography, and then mining methods and technologies. Yeah. So from here, there are many alteration changes, yeah, for especially for the environmental. Yeah. Okay. Sorry. Yeah. Yeah. So in the open pit mining, you know that there are we have to make for minimizing their adverse impact. So here the key principle of post mining land, yeah. So there is we have to make land management in a proper landform design. And also we have to maintain sustainability of land resources and also biota. So by this way, we can ensure that the land to be productive again. And I can show you about the coal mining in Indonesia. So with the mining activities, the area more than 1,000 hectares. Yeah. And you know, there is also in Kalimantan. I show you about the mining of the coal mining. Yeah. So here we can see the overburden. Yeah. But you know that the seam of or the layer not in the horizontal, but around perpendicular to the horizontal. So maybe 80 degree, yeah, for the angle. Yeah. So by this way, very difficult for us, yeah, to make to the sorry they got the coal, yeah. And you know that the color of water also different, not clear, but sometimes blue and also green. It depend on the heavy metal content in this water. And you know that some one of the impact of the soil degradation is you know that there is oxidation of the pyrite minerals. It is the pyrites that from here we can see here, so that the hydrogen produce very large. So from this, so the environmental, especially water and also soil, to be very acidic in nature. And from we can see in the land after reclamation. Yeah, so still we can see here. It's called yellow boy. You know that because the color is yellow, and then you can see here some red. It is the oxidation of iron, especially to be a very oxide, yeah, and also the sulfuric acid. And when maybe for the participant, there is also from Bangka Island. Yeah, I already research over there 2019. Yeah, you can see that here the pH of the soils so very low, and also the cation exchange capacity, yeah, less than 2 centimole per kilo, and also about the sand fraction. So the clay, so very, very low. So we can imagine that the soils are dominated by sand. Then also, especially for the quartz, yeah, S or SiO2. Okay, and also there are many heavy metals. Heavy metals in the mining land, especially for the gold, yeah, the gold mining area. So we also reported for the Pb, and then mercury, arsenic, and then iron, and also manganese. And also uh, the soil profile, yeah, we can see here, for example, this is the complete horizon from O-A-B-C-R, but after the mining, so we can see here that sometimes, yeah, it is the to be it is still in Bahasa mix of the A-O-A-B-C horizon, yeah. But also it is all to be mixed, yeah, the horizon. But some it is the worst one, yeah, that only the R horizon. It means that only rocks, and also yeah. So, oops, sorry. Yeah. Okay. It is the unconventional mining. We can see here that all of the soil to be erosion, and then it is the residue only the rocks. Yeah. And how do we can make soil rehabilitation? When I found, yeah, the materials, the coarse materials, yeah, you see here is the quartz. You can see that the color white and yellow and red, it is the iron oxide, yeah, but totally it is only the quartz. So uh, from using the clay, it is the surrounding this material, and we add the organic matter, and then we can give water and fertilizer, and we can make the adaptive crops. And at the time, I used the sorghum. Yeah. And also we have to neutralize, yeah, the acidity. Yeah, you know that by using the calcium, we can make the clay to be rise for the soil pH. Yeah, and also when I check the the soil, it is around, yeah, 100 centimeters. It is good condition after reclamation. You know that from this the plant roots can grow well. Yeah, because the rooting zone for the plants, yeah, maybe around 60 until 80 centimeters in depth. And how do we can make the reclaimed soil, yeah, for producing the material for the sustainable and also the economic resiliency? It is our problem. So we can use the multifunctional crops of multifunctional plants, commodities. Yeah. So by this way, we can get the healthy food, yeah, and also livestock feed, fiber, and also renewable energy resources. Okay, and you know also we have to manage, yeah, about the waste. Yeah, so many kinds of waste like rock, and then tiling, and also the acid main drainage. that we call because the water to be the acidic in nature. Yeah. So also sometimes, yeah, we have also the tailings that sometimes silty slurry that containing heavy metals. And when we show this landscape, it is the artificial landscape that after the reclamation or already done, and that sometimes it is the residue that we cannot covered by rock and water and soil again. So it is called void. So in this void, sometimes also the color of water not clear, but sometimes in the different color like blue and also green and of the text. Yes. Okay. And after we can reclaim, yeah. So we can see here in Kalimantan, in Kalimantan, it is the good practice for the reclamation that we can see here. So it is the grass covering the land and also the tree, so the high tree and also some tree with flower and then seed that so many fauna can come again to live here. And also, yeah, we can develop for the bioenergy. So by this way, we can use the energy from the sun, so the solar energy, and also it was the carbon dioxide from atmosphere, and also water from our earth. Yeah. So the crops or plants may produce the biomass. So from the biomass, we can also develop for the energy, especially for the bioenergy. Yeah. And by developing this, that there is no carbon emission from the earth. So if we use like oil and then coal, yeah. So we get it from our earth and then we use it for the energy. Yeah. So by this way, for using the energy from our earth, so to be the carbon emission, but using the biomass. So the carbon from the atmosphere and crops produce the biomass, and biomass we can use as bioenergy. So the carbon just only from atmosphere and then crops and then atmosphere again. So without using this earth. Yeah. But it is very important for us how do we can produce it efficiently. And we also some research and we also coordinate and then with the IAEA, especially for developing the bioenergy crops using the nuclear technology, and also we also cooperation with our country or our government and so on. And also there was some energy development in UPN Veteran Jakarta. Yeah, I already stated before. Collaboration with National Atomic Energy and then IAEA, and also with the Research and Development Agency for the ESDM or mineral resources, and also with Bukit Asam. It is the coal mining, and it is the red Kalyandra. So until now, we still do, and next week, we have to close because already 2.5 years. Yeah, we already developed it. And it is, when 2008, we already used the Jatropha. So you know that the stove used the Jatropha seed, to make it is nasi goreng atau fried rice for the rural people. Yeah, we already developed it, and then we wrote the book like this. And yeah, we also now developing how about the biofuel for the aircraft. Yeah, so we already make the research, but in still not in technical, but still in the economic levels. Okay, and yeah, we also research in the sorghum, especially for the sweet sorghum, for developing the bioethanol. Yeah, for the mining area, because the mining area sometimes it is the heavy metals contamination. So by using these crops, we can use it for the bioethanol and not for our for the food stuff, but for the energy. And now that I said before that we also developed the red calandra. It is the red calandra. For the first growing 2 years, we can harvest, and then we can we can produce for the wood pellets or wood chip. Yeah. Okay. So would you please to click this? I will show about how do we can produce the wood pellet.
The video?
Yes, profit the video.
Stop sharing. Sorry for sharing.
Yeah, you know that now we still in progress. Yeah, for the 2.5 research collaboration with the coal mining industry or coal mining. Yeah, it is for the it is the red calandra. Yeah, but still okay. So the first we can make it wood chip. Yeah. And then after this, we can sieve, yeah, for the same size, yeah. And then, yeah, after this, it is the dryer. So by using this dryer, you know that the moisture content, yeah, we can measure, and then we get 13.5. So by this condition, we can produce the wood pellet. This it is the wood pellet that we already produced for this research. Okay, and next week we will use it for the co-firing. Okay, let for the Okay, so it is our works, yeah, in the cooperation with Bukit Asam. Yeah, it is the coal mining industry. Yeah, and we can see here that for the mining we have to make land clearing. For the land clearing, we can use it. Yeah, it is mobile wood chipper. Yeah, it is mobile wood chipper, and then we can use the truck, and then it is wood chip. So from wood chip, we can make the wood dust, and then from wood dust we can use it for the wood pellet. Okay. Yes. Yeah, it is when we make launching from it is here's our vice rector, and it is the he is the director, and we launching about how do we can use the wood for producing wood pellet. Stop. Manually again. Yes. And then we also had co-firing. It means that we mix the coal with using the wood pellet from here, because you know that it's still research. So until 2%, for the wood pellet we mix, and then we use it for the producing the electric. Okay, by this way we can for using the bioenergy, we can develop for the green energy for our life. Okay. This, yeah. Yeah. So about our conclusions, that soil is a strategic natural resource, capable for producing a wide range of beneficial and also economically valuable products, depending on its physical, chemical, and mineralogical and biological conditions. And then mining activities can degrade soil quality and functionality, reducing its suitability for control for conventional agriculture production, and potentially increasing environmental risks. And then soil rehabilitation is essential to restore ecosystem functions and enable the productive utilization of post-mining lands. And then bioproduction and rehabilitated post-mining soils offers sustainable land use if option, generating economic value, supporting renewable energy development, and contributing to environmental sustainability and climate change mitigation. So thank you very much for our chance here.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Mohammad Kholis. And we will now invite Ms. Hwang Sinlan, a student from the Department of Biotechnology, to introduce our third and final plenary speaker. Oh, I'm sorry, we have some technical issues. Please welcome Mr. Reza again to introduce our second plenary speaker.
So it's my pleasure to introduce our next plenary speaker, Dr. Szu-Hung Chen, or we call it Professor Vickey, from the National Chongqing University. Dr. Chen is the researcher and educator whose work focus on rural development, socio-ecology production, landscape and seascape, environmental governance, stakeholder and engagement, and then sustainable community development. Through her interdisciplinary research, she has actively contributed to understanding how policy, local knowledge, and stakeholder collaboration can support resilient rural landscape. Her work closely aligns with the international sustainability in particularly the Satoyama Initiative, which promote a harmonious relationship between the human society and nature through integrated landscape management. Today, Dr. Chen will present a plenary lecture attended from global innovative to local action, policy, and stakeholder perspective in Taiwan rural SEPLS. In this presentation, she will share valuable insight into how global sustainability frameworks can be translated into the practical local action through collaboration among governments, academic institution, and then community and other stakeholders. So please join me in giving warm welcome to Dr. Chen.
Thank you for who introduced me and all distinguished guests and respectful speaker and all on-site and online participants. Good morning. So today, howdy. Oh, so okay, you reveal my identity. I have my PhD graduate from Texas. So in Texas, we say howdy and you say howdy back. So in my class, I use that way to evaluate how awake of my student energy level. So I will say howdy. Yeah. So today, usually, first I have to make a confession. I'm a little bit too ambitious. In the beginning, I want to talk about 3 case studies. And I find out in order to talk things clearly, it's a little bit hard to talk 3. So maybe some content. If the student take my sustainable agriculture, you already hear that. But I kind of combine 2 cases together to see how global policy can land on a local action. So my topic will be from global initiative to local action policy and stakeholder perspective in Taiwan's SEPOS. Okay, just begin that. So you want to play next one for me? It's okay. So it's okay to me. I can. It's even easier for me if you can help. So please, next one. So I will talk about a little bit background and term because it relates to a lot of policy things. So please, next one. So I think when I talk about Satoyama Initiative, I definitely need to talk about Convention on Biodiversity. And this one, a lot of people think is just a global policy. Usually, it's a law for intergovernmental. A lot of nations sign this. So by law, they have to put this policy into their national regulation or whatever. So it create and sign in 1992 in Rio, in COP 13, I believe. And afterward is reinforced to push the policy in 1993. And a lot of countries signed. How many? 196, except the place I got my PhD, which is the United States. They don't want to sign because there's a reason. And for this, they had 3 major things about conservation, sustainable use, and fair benefit sharing. And we will reveal what it is. And right now, there is already finished for COP 15 in Kunming, in Montreal, which is similar as us. Mix of on-site and online. So please, next one. And this one is everyone really understand a lot. It's a sustainable development goals, which is we call SDGs. And most of people see SDGs as a flat way. So I like to teach it as a weighting takeaway, which is on the bottom is our biosphere, which is our basic natural knowledge. And in the between is a human society, the goal relate to us. And on top of that, in order to make all the good deed we want to do, you need the economy on the top, which is the driver. And in order to make everyone doing that, it's like have a wedding. The groom and bride has to make a commitment, which is a partnership. So I like to view this by this way because today I'm not only talking about how to protect natural resource. I'm talking about how human make a peaceful way and harmony with the nature. So we view things from three important perspectives, which is the social, economy, and environment. And on that, we have 17 goals of that. And we already from CBD and to here. And let's see what is the next. And why we talk about this? Because this is a lot of ecosystem on our Earth. And for those ecosystems, a lot of ecosystem is relay or overlapping, or we say it's called human-nature coupling system, which is never purely nature. Always has human involved. For example, agricultural land or urban area. So how we work on those ecosystems, how we really make our harmony with the nature, then it's a very big mystery. So today what I will talk is I will talk one case on land, one case on, I will say coastal area, not fully sea. So basically we will see different working way about that. Please. So why we do that is because our ecosystem provide a lot of service to us, which is not generally natural resources, provide supporting, provision, regulation, and cultural service to us is like they provide goods and product to us, but we cannot put a price tag because we don't know who to pay for the nature. So that is why when we can make those big things we want to do, the good deed, the global policy, national policy, into the real implementation. So we need this. In Asia, there is one initiative exactly come out on COP10, which is called Satoyama Initiative. And based on the name Satoyama, you can kindly take it's a Japanese. So why is it important? Because they recognize, I use the Italian because it's not from me, it's directly called, is a potential good tool to better understanding support human influence natural environment to benefit the biodiversity and human well-being. So basically saying, there is a way we can find a balance between you want to do something about human activity, but it also can make nature continuously. And for this kind of landscape, this is the original landscape when they claim Satoyama Initiative, the location. So basically saying Satoyama means the mountain forest and village and grassland around the Yama, which is mountain in Japanese. And Sato means the village and nearby. So usually it's a mosaic landscape, but basically saying it's a human and nature is really close. And for this, they have no matter it's natural resource or production. So for this kind of landscape, we call it staples, which is social, ecological, production landscape. And right now, because we push the research, there is seascape we are looking into as well. So we say, in order to lending policy to action, we need to have a specific target, which is a baseline working area is called staples. So this is Satoyama Initiative. So how we use this to land is because there is a concept inside. Their basic vision is really simple, which is we seeking the harmony with the nature. It's a society harmony with the nature, which is probably I should say it this way, it's from human's perspective and see how we can work with the nature. And in order to do that, there is a three important fold approach, which is first, there is a lot of wisdom in our human society from long time history. Actually, their spirit is respect, land, nature, and culture. And those things we call it wisdom. It's not just knowledge. You already go through a long time. For example, in Chinese culture, we have lunar calendar. We know which season, what kind of farming activity we should do. It's not from nothing. It's from long time wisdom. And then right now we are in modern era, people always talk about, oh, can I believe this is useful or not? We like modern technology and science as a data, as a evidence for that. So how to integrate is really important. And also, in order to management those natural resources in a harmony way, probably not only we have to find a good way with the nature, also find a good way for other users. So how to co-management it become really important. And in order to do that, there is a sixth perspective. I think it's easy to read from material. I don't need to say much, but it's better we go into the real case study. So I already say, in order to talk about how to do the local action, we need to land the scene to a working area. And in Taiwan, we generally working with the geographic units called rural community. It's because by law, we already have very good definition of what area can be called rural community. So in Taiwan, when we work with the staples, we use a rural community or village as a unit to do it. So next one. So I have to go back to my topic again. It's from global initiative, those very in the air policy, how we became the meaningful action into the local implementation. So in order to do that, you need the policy and stakeholder, which is every related person in order to do that. So I will share two cases about this. And of course, I will talk about everyone what you look into the rural community, which is a geographic area, and it's a low population density and limited urban infrastructure, but really strong connection within people. So the key factor is we generally will say how many people live in certain kind of area size. No matter in Taiwan, in EU, or in Japan, it has a definition. Only in United States, in the beginning, they don't have anything called rural community. So if you go to their agriculture competence authority regarding the definition, you will have the specific how many people in what kind of unit. Then generally, they do those traditional production activity, which is agriculture, forestry, fishery, or we call natural resource-based industry, which is they need to use the natural resource to make the life. And the most challenging they will face is because they have limited urban infrastructure. So for their healthcare, education, public transportation, and even important economy resource or technology may be limited. There is a barrier. But the good thing is they have really tight social network. People and people has mutual trust. So it's probably is a good thing we can use. And so let's see what is in Taiwan. So in Taiwan, usually we have the competence authority who is management rural community and has a specific law, which is Agency of Rural Development and Soil and Water Conservation under Ministry of Agriculture. So by law, that law is called Rural Regeneration Act. It's start on 2010. So until today, it's more than 25 years. So there has exactly definition is rural village and settlement within a certain scale. And their neighborhood area relate to the area integrated development, PIN and up or regional tribe area should be included means they tell you this, but this is major role. They also have a detail about how to define the population, that kind of thing. And in order to help with rural community, you have to follow certain kind of ways called rural regeneration plan. So in that, you will tie with what we want to do regarding to the local implementation. So before I start anything, I want to give you one keyword. That keyword is called connectivity. And a lot of people hear about this, maybe think about transportation connectivity, or like me, I'm a landscape ecologist. I will think about ecological connectivity. But actually, this here is not only environment or nature-wise. I'm talking about also social connectivity. So the two cases I'm talking about is already published as the textbook chapter. So you will be able to access a full PDF. And actually, first one is we are talking about the location really close to us, which students maybe know the UFO community just next to the highway. Actually, they has a sustainable transformation for rice industry to protect the ecosystem service. And in the beginning, that community or that district is a major rice production in central part of Taiwan. So in the location I show you, that is Taichung City, and the one is called Wufeng District. In the community I'm working with, which is generally the community in Taiwan, actually is administration level is village. So it's a village size and under the district, but actually the whole district is a rice production. So by that, let's look into their land use type. So by the land use type, the green one, the light green, I want to let you see, light green is the rice paddy, and a little bit, I will say darker, a little bit intense green actually is paddy field. The paddy field doesn't necessarily grow rice, it's also water, vegetable, something else. And the other is a fruit orchard. But in this area, you can tell the major production annually actually is rice, which is more than 10,000 metric tons per year in this area. But what is the problem? The problem is in Taiwan. The farmland is too fragmented. In the area, it's like a different patch is owned by different people. What does it mean? If you want to push some policy or practice, you need to talk to so many people. Those is all fulfilled for FAO definition of the smallholder farmers, because average is less than 1 hectare. So it's not that big. So it becomes the issue. They produce rice, but in this era, rice in Taiwan is not something can make a lot of money. So income becomes the issue. So for land, what they can do, they only can produce as much as they can, but there is an issue. Please show this one. And please click. So in rice paddy, there is always rodents. Rodents, what is the problem of that? They probably only think eat a crop. The problem is they make a hole. So the water will come out from the paddy rice there. You cannot produce well, and they eat the rice as well. So influence your yields. But in this area, yield is really important. Backland, because it's the only crop they grow. They need to make money. So what they do, if you see the rodent, they use bunch of rodenticides to kill the rodents. So next one. I think if a student in my class side, you will see something really interesting. So I will say the viewer description is advised. So next one, man, the rodent kill effectively whole track. The next one. So, however, there is a raptor, which is bird of prey. They will catch the weak or dead mice. It's really simple. It's their food. This is ours. You think it eats tree leaf. No. All owls, they are carnivore. And all owls in Taiwan is a protected species by law. So we cannot harm it. By law, we have to do something, no matter what kind of owls. This is called corner angle owls, 菱角鸮, and This is from our motion camera. He took them. It's very simple. If there is an easy prey, you take the easy one. It's weak, so you eat it. After you eat, what happened? Can you click one more? So yeah, rest in peace. Because it's a bioaccumulation effect. If you eat too much poison or pesticide from previous food, it accumulates in your body, you die. So this is a problem. Our prey eat too many chemicals. You only harm owls and this. No, let's see. This is what we count. How many different species will influence by this effect? Because their major food is all mice. One is close to us. What I will talk about is the black-winged kite, and all of those are protected species. Depending on second or third level, no matter what, you cannot. You're supposed to protect them by law. So what we do, I have to take one step back, which is if we can create the habitat, generally people will think the habitat forest, we just create a forest, but actually to the wildlife, something is even more important, which is those patch contain useful natural resource for land. So it's called functional connectivity. You probably doesn't need to link a whole forest patch, but what you can do is you can link like a stepping stone, the important one. So for the species or for the ecosystem provide to hunting the mice, the functional connectivity usually because you need to let the mice out and they can eat it. So the paddy rice has to dry. So we cannot grow free season. We maybe have to rotate by dry land. So in here, we embedding the ecology knowledge about the functional connectivity. So we do the practice following. So the action we will take to help land is start from, okay, you don't make enough money by rice production. So how we do? You cannot ask them immediately growing something else. So what we do, advance the rice cultivation. So basically, it's taking different kind of variety, has a higher price. Second, is they start apply organic farming, which will give you even more good price. And there is something more. They has a post-processing. And then, fortunately, in here, there is a natural enemy of mice, provide ecosystem service, which is a mice control service for you, which is BWK black-winged kite, one kind of eagle. And then in order to do that, it's not only about how the farmer do is to do with we have to use the scientific knowledge. So the university close to land, us, National Zhongxin University, help it. And also to sell stuff, you need enterprise. Then in order to do that, and they even do more, push more for them is they do the eco-oriented brand and building the product value, then they can make more ecological drive to do the good thing. So let's look into what they are doing. So basically what they do is they adopt new varieties called Thai new number 71. Is a little bit good growing and is suitable for organic farming. So they start pushing the organic agriculture promotion. As I tell you in the beginning, probably less than 5 hectares. Then, but 3 or 4 years ago is 25. And right now surrounding together is more than 60. And then they also introduced the technology about rotate by dry land and also the storage way. So bump up the price. And the good thing is the Farmer Association worked close with us. So they purchased that in a good price of the counter purchase. So next one. So this is what I say. It's your ecosystem indicator, which is, I won't call it, I always say it's our wildlife partner, which is this very beautiful bird is not a pigeon, it's just a pigeon size. But actually it's an eagle type of stuff called black-winged kite. What they do is they like to eat mice. And they also like open grassland or dry land. Why? Because when mice is running, they can see them, they cannot hide. So they are natural enemy of rodents. Of course, they also hunt a small bird based on our camera showing. So this is how he helped with us. Next one. So what we do is we start looking, put the perch for them. Perch is not for nesting purpose, for hunting purpose. They will stand high and they will see where it is. Now we also put a camera, it's true, the camera showing them. And we also see where they are showing and use spatial statistics, or we call spatial analysis, to look into their home range. Why? Because in that area, and also we make a buffer, is what we think we have to connect the habitat for them. So for those areas, we are looking into organic farming, no roadside, no chemical, and rotate the practice. In the beginning, we grow through 3 seasons. Right now, we will rotate the location, grow 2 seasons. Some season make it dry, grow bare wheat, or we don't grow anything, just green the vegetable for green manure. So this is something what we do. So please. So by that, who will help them, which is like Zhongxin University. We have a whole chain of organic promotion from teach them how to grow, from certify, and from apply for that. And then most importantly, the enterprise, the Farmer Association of Wufeng, they have a 100-acre revitalization project, which is they want to have 100 hectares, they can all organic. In this way, we connect the habitat. And that is a good thing if you have the farmer association who got a business head. What they do, the same variety, organic grow, they put the label mark on the package for each package and sell about the rice. And this rice, they will also donate certain kind of very small amount every time we sell 1 pack. They will donate to the public trust fund for conservation. And right now, they even produce the noodle, anything, because they grow, rotate the dry land. They have the wheat and barley rice. And the other thing is they make the wine production, which is use the good rice. It's an organic one. Definitely, it's really good. And they go international competition. So they made more value of that. And they have more, I will say, they feel solid. They can do the good thing. Doesn't need to worry about it a lot. So the result is, of course, the growing the organic farming. Nevertheless, that is the original thing. And we restore the farming ecosystem. And for the rice product and price increase, so everyone happy. And in this, they can do more for farmer life well-being, which is the agriculture development and farmer care program. So I think this is basically tell you what is the farmer involvement about this and how BWK, and by research, their home range is about 2 square kilometers every bird. And because it's a bird of prey, after they grow up, the parents will kick you out. You have to build your own family or your own territory. So they kindly patrol the rice paddy from 3 seconds to 30 minutes is not from us. After we teach the families, they every day come out saying this way, oh, today the bird come out to work. They are one of the workers. They will see as they and hide for them. Every BWK is an average, eating 40 to 50 mice a month. And you are asking me, can they eat the mice out? It's not that. They eat enough mice, then the mice population got control. And the other thing is only average if it's reproduction female. Sometimes it's 9 per day. They need more protein. So the BWK usually right now is breeding more than 10 pair there. Even there is 1 pair, they always monitoring. they regularly produce kits, and it already fly north and north push, not only in Taiwan. So the farmer basically, they help us to do the ecological modeling regarding this. So next one. And this is from, I think maybe you heard about the citizen science database, which is Science Speak. They tell you usually before 2019, we only see 7 records, but right now it's already 15 records. And we can recognize that if we go to check and see what is the difference. So this one. And this is what from the Farmer Association, they tell us usually in the beginning that is a 62 NTD per kilogram, which is about 2 USD. But right now, if you put it black wing, high rise first, organic. Second is conservation is about 180 per NTD per kilogram, which is the package is 1 kilogram. So basically, it's a lot of higher. And if you produce as a one, even more. And based on this is give the people there is an ecological drive, because those money usually some has to go to farmer association as their sharing fund, which is can use for farmer care or future they need credit loan for their agriculture development. So they seek their own financial support. So usually for here, we can see the Farmers Association play a really important role, which is a multi-function support, different kind of support, and collective marketing, and they help them with that, and also credit service. And the reason is Farmers Association in Taiwan usually is really important. It's a little bit more like not only helping you as a farming as a group, it's also help you about your credit and financial support. And the key message, usually what we looking is generally is a simple rice industry. In the beginning, they only had a mission about produce as much as rice as you can, but afterward, we don't need that much. So what they do is they transfer the way how they do, and they can enhance the ecological connectivity and still keep their rice industry and production. And in order to do that, is a farmer mutual trust-based system can do that. So this is just our published paper by a very outstanding master student. So which is doing the research about what is the landscape ecology condition or habitat condition, the BWK should be. So here you can see she already, the research already find the landscape composition, which is what kind of land use composition or what kind of landscape ecology is really important, which is what we calculate. It's called farmland habitat connectivity. It's not generally just farmland. It's those farmland contain the habitat resource for land. And also the landscape ecology integrity means those farmland patch has a good resource still remain original shape. It didn't be fragment, even maybe expand. So this is basically tell us how your land use for the farmland landscape usually will benefit the natural situation. And this is how our second is how we do it is generated by AI. So the tree is not a real one. So usually we work with our wildlife partner. It's not only benefits, also benefit land. They have a stable food source. They can reproduce and produce again more and more working partner for other place for us. And in order to do that, usually there is a 2-stage. First stage is, I will say, if before 2018, usually I'm not really work. I think I haven't started working with them. That time, usually what they focus is they find out the rice production in Taiwan is no longer that popular. So what they do is they need to do something to bump up. So in the end, they find out it's organic. And they find out we work with them about community and ecosystem service. Then after that, they start field with for organic farming practice. It's not only for land sale, it's for wildlife, for their next generation to keep the good environment. And they start have their self-identity. They make the connection with nature. And when people have the emotional attachment, this kind of product become their own product and their baby. So they will continue doing that. So this is how we restore the farmland ecosystem. And by this, the role of stakeholder usually has to be different kind of role: support, program, and partnership. For support is for technical support, financial support, which is balance the environmental responsibility and farmers' livelihood, which is Wufeng Farmer Association. And why we can do it so easily is because there is agriculture and food agency, the research institute just in Wufeng. So the farmer easily, they are really willing to take risk and listen to us. And the program to handle all of these to start usually is from Rural Development Regeneration Act, which is the Agency of Rural Development and Soil and Water Conservation. They help with that. And what they consulting for the expert usually is the Zhongxin University. We are close to them. So we work with them, especially our College of Agriculture, not only have the farming practice expert, we can help with the certified, we can help with how to do that. And usually this is not stopped yet. Last year, we digging a ecological fund for the other species we found out in the water because the water going really good. So it's really small, tiny fish, but this is the continued work we are doing right now, and we are doing the water life monitoring right now, and probably there's something more coming out next year. So this is for Wufeng. And next one, I think some of you guys are also here. For this one, the originally is really simple. It's because in Penghu, I think a lot of people go to Penghu, feel it's a good tourism place. And it's a beautiful double heart. You think of what it is. Usually it's a traditional fish trap in tidal road. It's called stonework. It's not beautiful. Usually why? It's because the wave coming in and the fish were swimming this way and they could not swim out. So they can catch the fish. This usually is a very traditional fish trap. And before, this is in heritage of each family. If you own this, it means you own a very big stock company. You make a lot of money because it's a big fish can go in it. So here we are talking about how young people can help this traditional thing be restored. So this is my study area. Study area usually is an island between mainland China and Taiwan. So how long am I from? Okay. So in this here is, we have the full community of that, and we work with them. So next one. And there is a different kind of stonework, arch shape, single pool, double pool. This is something we are looking into. So why we doing this? This is called coastal ecosystem, which is in tidal road. And this is how seascape look like. The seascape connectivity is not only horizontal habitat, it's also vertical. They has to swim from a little bit deep area to the tidal area to looking for food. And this is one of the important species in the beginning we are doing this. It's called horseshoe crab. You call it crab, usually it's more close to the relative of spiders in the sea. But this crab, it looks like nothing, right? But this is an alien crab. The blood is blue. And it's very important source for medical use for the medical inside blood for anti-cancer. And what we do is naturally they stay here longer than us. This is from the geology ancient. So we need to protect it. And also we have the human breed in order to make a medical use. But anyway, because this, we start saying, okay, we probably have to look into that. And then we talk about what is the connectivity of the seascape, which is horizontal one is easy, just connecting the coral reef together. But for vertical one, why is important? Usually the sea topography is not like us what we see. It's more like they have something on the middle is they need to take a rest about when they swim to the cross to shore. So that middle rest area is really important. So in can you control? I forgot. And yes, you probably could. So for in Penghu, the stonework actually is in those tidal area. And right now, you know how the sediment and climate change make the coral die. So those stonework, if we can restore it, become the important middle rest area or the semi-nature habitat for them. So what we want to do is make that connection. And that is when we're doing the research with the academic and senior, we use remote sensing and UAV, which is not in the air. Remote sensing is in the air. Use a satellite to see the location and use underwater unarmed vehicle to detect the area of that. Because if the water is on the top, we couldn't see. Why they can be trapping the fish because when the tidal is high, fish swim in and tidal low, fish stay there. So that is the description. So why this is related to empowering youth and why is the stoneware restoration matter? So let's see. So their challenge, I already say, is the dying coral reef, decrease of the fish population. They need a fish. And there is a lot of stoneware lacking of maintenance. Why? Because it's very big and really hard to maintain. So in order to restore them, we need a human laborers. So next one. So how we did is first, of course, we have to protect our natural wetland in tidal zone. So we do a lot of work like the conservation or conservation education, and we promote those ideas, bring the awareness. And most importantly, we want to restore something, right? We need to know where it is. So we do the data research, we do the data collection. Then there is some activity need to be implemented. In order to initiate that, there is agency of rural community and soil conservation comes out again. They have some programs called long stay of college stage student and rural up competition, rural up plus Asian play. For those, the young people can directly work with the community for those activities like promotion, the idea, rebuild the stonework, which is you go to your holiday, you pay money to restore someone else. So this is become the power of that. And some youth is from local, some youth is from Taiwan because the program, they feel they can stay here and do more work for that. And by doing that, you need a lot of different stakeholders to work with. Of course, local university is the Penghu University, Science and Technology, and Soil and Water Conservation, and because it's the Ocean Affairs Council, and maybe Ministry Cultural Taiwan, because stonework is one of the fishery culture. And then the result is they establish the cooperate platform, and they work with that for young people. The local youth, not only in Penghu, is several islands. So basically, they make the social connectivity between different kind of young people. Then use that, they can work on different perspectives, no matter it's education, restore that, or even local fisheries resource. Then by this way, there is a different community. They have a different outcome. For example, the Nanliao has a fishery culture and marine tourism destination, and that community is not only for rural development, they win the green travel pledge for that, and they also win sustainable tourism in government or something. They do real and Hongluo. Hudong is a Hongluo wetlands because they mainly is a natural wetland, so they focus on wetland restoration and ecotourism about the education purpose. And Hongluo is a restoration of stoneware and wetland as well. So this is how you see. This is not real one. It's the one in front of their recreational center, but that is one when we bring people to there to experience the fishery activity and restore the stonework. So the lesson learned from here is the stonework originally is the way for get a fish. So what we do, the traditional function basically is you use that to fishing, but we give them the new value, which is not about just fishing, it's about ecosystem services, also the culture connected from the before. So it makes the community more stick together. Okay, so let's skip to the key message. Actually, the policy of the ARDSW, they help the use guiding of that. And they also restore the samples. Can you go to the next one? So, the end, please. Sorry. So, I think you guys can read by yourself a different perspective by the end. The only thing I want to say is our ultimate goal is making a transformative change, which is from protection, prevention, promotion to transformation, which is you give a hungry man a fish, then you teach the man to fish. Then you tell me, in order to organize your fishery, you need to organize the fishermen co-op. Then you have to protect your fishing resource and fishing right, which is you can make a harmony with the nature. And the end is just the reference, which is those two chapters already published on a book. So if you are interested, feel free to access it. It's all for my today's talk. Sorry for go over time. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, Dr. Vickey Chen, for the very interesting and inspiring talk. And now we will invite Ms. Hwang Xinlan, a student from the Department of Biotechnology, to introduce our third and final plenary speaker for this morning's session. And third speaker for this morning's session. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is my great pleasure to introduce our keynote speaker, Dr. Abdul Rahim. Dr. Rahim is the Dean of the Faculty of Agriculture to Brunei University, Tarakan, Indonesia, and an associate professor in the Faculty of Agriculture. He received his Ph.D. in ecology and conservation from Kanazawa University, Japan. And he extensive experience in agriculture, ecology, integrated pest management, biodiversity conservation, and sustainable agriculture. In addition to his academic and research achievements, Dr. Rahim has held various leadership positions and has made significant contribution to research, community engagement, and agricultural development. Today, he will share his insights and expertise with us. Please join me in warmly welcoming Dr. Abdul Rahim.
Thank you. Good morning. Peace be upon you all. To the Honorable Director, International Doctoral Program in Agriculture, NCHU, Taiwan, Professor Szu-Hung, Chair and Course Mentor of the staff, 2026, Dr. Ronda Tullay, and also all of speaker and participants. Maybe would you share our presentation?
Just a while, Professor. I will just share your PowerPoint presentation.
Before we begin my presentation, I would like to thanks for your opportunity to join this symposium. Then I would like to apologize. I'm unable to attend in person in Taiwan. I only joined for this Zoom meeting.
I don't have it yet. Let me check. Shared. Oh. Whoop. Plenary speaker. Okay. This one. Download. Share. Just a while. Okay. A minute. So share sound. Okay, share.
Okay. Okay, let me begin the presentation. Thank you. The title of my presentation is
Why can't we hear it? Why can't we hear it here?
Habitat Management and Natural Enemy Conservation, Direct and Indirect Impact on Pest Control and Crop Productivity. Okay, next. Next, okay.
Just a while, Professor. We're looking at, we're just figuring out the audio here in the room because you're being heard in the room, but you're not being heard in the room where we are. Just sound.
So,
Choose where to play sound speakers. Let's try that. May we ask you to speak, Professor, just to
hello,
check.
test.
Mhm. Sorry, Professor.
Connect them together, it will be help.
Yeah, please. Okay. Okay, Professor, I'm going to share your PowerPoint. For the people here in the room, we have some technical difficulties in the on-site room, but we're figuring out with some connections, but we can start already with Professor. Please enter via Zoom and we will try to again look at the sound or figure out the sound. So let me share already the presentation of Professor Rahim. Okay, professors, I hope you can see already your PowerPoint.
Okay, okay. May I start the presentation?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, the title, Habitat Management and Natural Enemy Conservation, Direct and Indirect Impact on Pest Control and Crop Productivity. We all know that over the past few decades, there has been significant gap between attainable and actual yield in various agri-system. this problem can impact of the food security or stability in a region. According to some researchers, this gap is estimated to reach 20 to 50%. And also, Gerber et al. In their paper even predict that yield will stagnate to some region. They divide them into 3 groups: stable growth, stealth growth, and ceiling growth. In our province or our region, Kalimantan, particularly Northeast and South Kalimantan, it's predict that there will be ceiling growth. I think this is a problem, a serious problem, because Kalimantan is one of the region in Indonesia, human population fast growth. So the predict maybe security food is the problem for the future. And next slide. Yeah, therefore, to address the yield gap of the reduce the gap. Okay, back slide. Gap between potential and actual yields in yield in agro ecosystem. We know this classical theory or maybe common theory. We can maintaining a genetic factor and environmental factor. The genetic management produce various plant type variety that are adaptive to the environment, resistant to the pest, and of course, highly productivity. On the other hand, environmental management can also support the achievement of the genetic potential through various efforts, including microclimate management, nutrition, plant protection, human resources, socioeconomic, and more. Next. In this presentation, I will discuss crop protection, specifically through habitat management and natural enemy conservation approach. Okay, this next. Yeah, next slide. Yeah, according to the FAO and SEFRI, 2024, crop damage or loss costs generally reach between 20% to 40%. The fact and the reality in our agro-ecosystem, the farmer generally use pesticide, synthetic pesticide for crop protection or pest control. The factor in agro-ecosystem rely on pesticide use can be seen the pesticide treatment. And they choose pesticide, synthetic chemical, and spray them, which will reduce the pest population. However, in the following session, when the pest population increase again, they believe the pests have developed increased resistance. Then they try to increase the frequency and even increase the dose. And this behavior continue from one season to the next season. Farmer difficult to break free from the cycle. And then we know too, the behavior also contribute to resurgence or pest explosion, pest resistance, and environmental pollution. This will of course eventually affect their crop yields. To reduce use of synthetic chemical pesticide and gradually break farmer out of the cycle of the pesticide treatment, we examine the extent of which IPM strategy, particularly those related to pest control, through habitat management, and natural enemy conservation. Next slide. Yeah, this approach built from two hypotheses or two mechanism, the enemies of hypothesis and the resource concentration of hypothesis. Habitat management. The enemy is a colonial concept stating that agriculture environment or ecosystem with high plant diversity, and the resource concentration hypothesis. This occur because of the availability of abundant and attractive food source or host plant in area. In this presentation, I will attempt to develop a hypothesis regarding how habitat management and natural enemy conservation can suppress pest population, increase natural enemy population, and directly and indirectly maintain crop productivity. The hypothesis is that habitat management involves creating habitat conditions that are unsuitable for pests and providing habitat conditions that are suitable for natural enemies. Suitable for natural enemy but unsuitable for pests. Unstable habitat for pests result in a reduced population, and stable habitat for natural enemy can increase natural enemy population. Furthermore, increasing natural enemies can reduce pest population. This direct population reduction will reduce damage and yield loss, ultimately reducing the yield gap. Here, I will also emphasize that increasing pest population does not directly reduce this yield gap. Therefore, natural enemy conservation effect to reducing pest population that can reduce crop yield. To prove the above hypothesis, I reviewed several studies related to habitat management. The studies were conducted in semi-field or field research to ensure that habitat management effectively reduce population and minimize yield gap. I also studied various plant species and location or agroecosystem. I also divide the element of habitat management into 5 elements. The first element, resistant plant management, organic matter, plant spacing, provision of supplementary food source, and increasing plant diversity. Next. Yeah, this is a several study related to habitat management with plant resistant. I believe that the use resistant plant is part of habitat management. Maybe it's a different opinion from other researchers, but I think it has a direct impact on productivity, a key element in the formation of an agroecosystem. This element can also suppress pest population, habitat that are unstable for pests. For the example, the first study test several tomato variety. Overall, researchers reported different in resistance between variety. The suspect variety which exhibit this resistance also yielded the highest yield. And the second study test 3 rice variety. Researchers reported varying level of stem borer attack intensity, resulting in varying yield. However, when looking at actual yield, there was still a significant gap between the yield and the potential yield. An interesting finding was observed. Although in variety had the highest damage, it also had the highest yield. This is suspected to be below the tolerant threshold. And the third study, similar the second study with the highest yielding corn variety, but not the highest yielding corn variety. This is a phenomenon in the using resistant crop. And the second element, organic matter. The first study, the study compared the use of poultry manure and compost mushroom and used conventional fertilizer. Results showed that the brown plant hopper population was lower with the use of organic fertilizer, and yield were higher compared to non-organic ones. And the second study compared rice grown organically, semi-organically, and non-organically. The brown fern hopper population was lower with organic cultivation, but there was no difference in natural enemy population between non-organic and organic cultivation. Furthermore, non-organic yield were higher than organic ones. I think it's a different result about yield for study and the second study. The third study examined wheat crop in Europe. It also compared organic cultivation with conventional farming practice. This should show that the population was lower with organic cultivation and yield were higher. However, the natural enemy was lower. Researchers suspect that this factor is also supported the presence of flower strip, which play a role in reducing pest population, the chemical effect of the flower. And the third element, plant spacing. The first study compared. Okay, next slide. Sorry, next slide. Application. Okay, next. Okay, next slide. Okay. The third element, plant spacing. The first study compared several okra planting distance. The results showed that planting distance affected plant population, but not pest population. The same was true for crop yield. The second study examined planting distance pattern in rice. The research showed no difference in pest attack and natural enemy population across the forest pattern. However, the planting pattern increased plant population and impact crop yields. And the third study for the element plant spacing compare 5 planting distance in cotton crop. The results show that planting cotton with 6-inch spacing increase yield and minimize pest population by increasing natural enemy activity. The fourth element, next slide. Next slide. Food supplement for natural enemies. The first study reported that application of 5 supplement feeding treatment for beneficial insect to corn plants, comparing them to no feeding, overall, the average predator to prey ratio 9.2 per 1 per plant in the treat fields, effectively controlling armyworm throughout the season, and the sugar-based rice dog and neem extract treatment also produce the highest corn yield compared to other treatment. And the second study, this is our research, involved 2 types of feed and coffee and shrimp cell waste. Research saw an increase in the presence of the natural enemy weaver ant or Ocopilas smaragdina. Furthermore, there was a decrease in the population of the tree hopper Idioscopus clypeus. The third study utilized back slide. No, back slide. Yes. Okay, back slide again. Food supplement. Yeah, back slide. Before. Yeah, okay. The third study utilized refuge plant, Cassia cobanensis and Turnera ulmifola, as a food source for predator of coconut leaf eating caterpillar, UPDKS. Research showed that the UPDKS population was lower in block plant with refugia. Refugia serve as an alternative food source when predator cannot find their prey or low pest population. Next slide. Okay. This is the last element enhanced by the first study. The first study in a study on intercropping, research showed that the pest Spodoptera purgiverda and Hiltizi were suppressed. Furthermore, the number of natural enemy was higher in corn under intercropping system compared to monoculture. Furthermore, the corn and long bean intercropping system can produce similar yields to corn monoculture. The second study, a survey on cocoa plants, results showed that the intensity of cocoa pod borer and helipeltis attack varied among 12 cocoa plantation. Attack intensity was influenced by canopy cover and vegetation diversity on the cocoa plants. However, this area have the potential to become habitat for other pests. Predator abundance was also influenced by canopy cover and vegetation diversity on cocoa plantation. And then third study, this also our research, we increase diversity in oil palm cultivation areas by planting refugia plants and not control flowering weeds. The research showed that herbivorous insect species highest their number of natural enemy. This result suggests that the plant diversity can also increase the population of herbivore insects, which have the potential to become pests on oil palm. Okay, next slide. From the result of the review, several weaknesses were identified, including the fact that not all studies present the impact of this element on pests, natural enemies, and crop yield in the single study. This is a problem about all of the study. We cannot find. We find several researchers only just research aspect related pest and natural element, not crop yield. Based on the review, several issues emerged regarding the implementation of the element of habitat and conservation. This can be illustrated in the following diagram. Pest-resistant plant can reduce pest population, but also reduce natural enemy population. Similarly, organic matter element also reduce pest population and can reduce natural enemy population. Meanwhile, plant seed can increase population, which directly increase crop pest if plant spacing reduce pest population. This can also have an impact on reducing natural enemy population. Another issue concerns food supplement and increasing biodiversity, as the element can support the development of pest population as alternative habitat and food source. Okay, next. Yeah, based on this issue, habitat management and natural enemy conservation should be implemented by combination these various elements. For the example, resistant plant which cause low pest population or low natural enemy can be addressed by increasing plant diversity and food supplement using refugia, for example. Similarly, plant spacing which increase plant population too and potentially increasing pest population can also be addressed with these two elements. Kinetic plant resilience can also be supported by managing organic matter to provide environment resilience, healthy plants. Okay. Next, yeah. My conclusion in this presentation, pest control towards habitat management has been proven in several field experiments to suppress pest and yield increase. Habitat management should be carried out using various or practical elements to overcome weakness in this management. Field research is needed to obtain appropriate habitat management and conservation of natural enemy models for support evidence in the second conclusion. Thanks for your attention.
And then it's my great pleasure to introduce our distinguished speaker, Dr. Doyog. Dr. Doyog currently serves as the Dean of the Culture of Diversity at Vickey State, Living. She earned her Ph.D. in agricultural science with emphasis specialized in forest resource management and remote sensing from National Deyaen University, and holds a Master of Science in Forestry from Hwang National University. Her research expertise lies in remote sensing, GIS, machine learning, forest biomass, and carbon stock assessment, land use, and then cover change and now the size, and environmental monitoring. Her work has significantly contributed to advancing sustainable forest management ecosystem conservation, and climate-related research. In addition to being a licensed forester and environmental planner, Dr. Doyog has received numerous research awards and has actively conducted professional training programs in GIS UAV mapping and spatial data analysis. Today, she will share her insight and expertise. Please join me in giving a warm welcome to Dr. Nova Doyog.
Okay, so good morning, everyone. Okay, so for the on-site participants as well as to the online participants for this symposium, thank you, and please enjoy my presentation. And before that, I would like to also take this opportunity for the organizing committee of this ISAFI 2026 for inviting me as one of the plenary speakers for this event. Okay, so I would be my presentation. May I ask if you can see my presentation?
Ma'am Nova, we
Yes
can
po.
you.
Hello?
Uh,
Audible po?
yes, it's audible, but kindly put it in a slideshow so we can see the whole presentation. This is Kara.
Oh, yes. Okay, so wait. Is it okay now?
Kindly scroll, Ma'am Nova, just to check.
Okay.
Okay, yes, it's okay already. Thank you.
All is okay? Okay. So yeah, okay. So this is my presentation. So the previous speakers talk about the crops, and now I will be talking about the pine trees here in the Philippines. So the title of my presentation is about the use of remote sensing in biomass estimation of Benguet pine forest here in the Philippines. So for my presentation outline, here is I would be discussing in very brief on remote sensing in forestry and the biomass, and then I would be presenting a simple case study of monitoring of above ground biomass changes here in the Philippines using the technique, which is the remote sensing. And as we all know, remote sensing, it is a very powerful tool. And then it is a science, as per definition, it is a science that studies how we perceive the world around us through the reflection of light from individual objects. So it means that even if we cannot, even if we are not physically, we are not present physically on the ground, is that we are still able to capture information. So for this one, that is one of the perks of using remote sensing. And then it mimics the properties of the human eye. So just like our human eye, we are able to perceive the light. Also, as compared to the remote sensing is able also to do that one. So because the remote sensing technologies, they also have those sensors that are similar to our eyes. So with those sensors, it allows us to analyze the image, understand relationships, and recognize the objects. So we have here in the remote sensing is the remote sensing, the data collection using the remote sensing. We have here it is being carried out using two sensors. We have here the passive sensors that using the images, and then the thermal sensors, they are able to collect pictures on the ground and also the temperature on the ground. While on the other hand, we also have here the active sensors wherein they have an external source of light. That's why even during the night, they are able to collect information. So the most advanced research in remote sensing so far is exploring how to measure concentrations of chemical substances. So you can just imagine how tiny the substances, isn't it? The chemicals. But in remote sensing, they are able to do that. So as I've mentioned, that is the most recent advance, the research in the field of remote sensing, and then it helps us in the orientation and perception of the environment. So similar to how some mammals sense their surroundings. So that is the latest advancement in the field of remote sensing in terms of research. So what do we see and how? So have you ever imagined how were we able how were they able to capture the image of the Earth just using those techniques or just using those technologies? So with this one, for those sensors that I have mentioned a while ago, in the remote sensing, they have the panchromatic image wherein they are able to produce black and white images. But for these black and white images, they have sufficient information. And then aside from the panchromatic images, we also have here the colored images. So with this, we can perceive, they were able to perceive the green, the blue, and then the red. That's why the colorful things they were able to, that is how the images are being seen in the atmosphere. And then, so to get the information from the forests, by using remote sensing, we need to have 3 P's. So we have there the platforms where data are collected from. So we have there the platforms. Examples of these platforms are the satellites, the aircraft, the drones. So maybe some of you or all of us or some of you have already collected images using drones. So not just using with our phones, but they use the more advanced technologies, which are the drones. So the platforms, it is where the camera or the camera are being connected. Okay, so the camera itself, it is not the platform, but it is where we put the camera, or it is the carrier of the camera. And then we have here the payloads. These are what collects the data. So these are the cameras. So our camera, we attach it in the drones, and then that is the payload for that one. So we cannot collect information without the cameras. And then we have here the different types of cameras. It's either the visible. We have here wait, I am just checking. Okay, we have here the visible cameras, multispectral, just like that. And then even if we have here the payloads and then platforms, we also need to have the processes. We cannot process those information, or we cannot, those images that were collected by the remote sensing technology cannot be used without the use of the processes. So we have here the different types of processes. Just like an example is the YOLO, or you only look once, and then the detectron. So these are just the 2 commonly used models in the field of remote sensing. So from the images that were collected by the payloads, we will be using those processes to get the information. So that is how the data are being collected. The forestry data are being collected using remote sensing technologies. So that's why we were able to collect the above ground or the images of the forest because of these remote sensing technologies. And then, so what are being measured? So with the use with these remote sensing technologies, what can we measure in the forestry or in the forest, or what are the data that we are able to that we can measure? One is the spatial arrangements of the forest. So we can check what are what's the status of the forest. We can see the fragmentations. We can also see the growth phases, if the forest is still on the seedling stage or in the matured stage. And then aside from that, we also have here we can also measure the forest variables, or the tree variables, just like the amount of trees in the forest, the tree height, the diameter, the structure, the diameter structure, and also the volume, and also the biomass. And then aside from that one, we can also do tree species classification. So we can identify which are the Benguet pine forest, or what are the other types of forest with the use of this tree species classification. And then we can also see the disturbances that had happened in that forest. If there are forest occurrences or forest fire occurrences or diseases. And then we can also check, or we can also assess what had happened in our forest from 2010 to 2020 to 2026. So those are just the measurable forest variables that we can measure in the forest using remote sensing. So we will be discussing about the biomass that I have mentioned a while ago, that it is one of the variables that we can measure in the forest. So as we all know, biomass are the organic materials from plants or animals that are generally renewable if harvested sustainably. So here, so in this biomass, we can derive it. There are many sources of biomass, but what I have will be focusing in here is on the forest. So forest biomass stores close to 80% of all the biomass in the earth. So just imagine how important the forest in our environment. So we should also know that through the process of biomass, or this biomass, they were able to accumulate, or they have the forest, they were able to sequester those pollutions that are present in the atmosphere. So the amount of woody biomass of a forest depends on the growth of trees within the forest stands. And then we also have here the components of the forest biomass, of which in the forest we have there the above ground biomass, or those that are biomass that are found above the ground. And then we also have here the below ground biomass. Example of this one are the roots. And also we have here the litters, all those fallen debris, the twigs, the leaves, the fallen, they are belong to the litters, the source. And then we also have here the woody debris. So from this, in the forest, there are 5 pools or sources of the biomass or the carbon. We have there the above ground, below ground, the litters, and then the woody debris, and then the soil. So, and among those 5, the major component of this biomass are the above ground biomass, which is constant. This above ground biomass, it is the major component and constantly provides the sources of biomass to the other components. So it can control the flow of the biomass in the forest. So why do we really need, or what's the importance of this above ground biomass? So as to the UN, to the United Nations, it assigned forest above ground biomass as an indicator of the SDG 15, or the life on land, that allows the measurement of land productivity and evaluation of ecosystem development. So its significance. So with this, with the above ground biomass information, it can signify the disturbed, the degraded, deforested, and then the unmanaged forests. Therefore, it serves as an indicator for identifying areas in need of restoration or tree planting. So what are the challenges of forest biomass? So due to the disturbances, the natural disturbances, the forest fire, the typhoons, the earthquakes, the forest biomass had been fluctuating and eventually leads to its reduction. As it can be seen here in the biomass map of the Philippines, that from 70% of forest cover or of biomass here in the Philippines, it went as low as 18% in the year 1999. So what if we don't do action? So will we just let it be that it will decrease? So considering the important roles of biomass, isn't it? So we should have our actions to prevent the continuous decline of the above ground biomass or the biomass itself. So we can do here in the monitoring of forest biomass, we can have here these images. This image in 2014 and then 2020, these are products of a remote sensing technology. So from these images, we can see the disturbances or the fluctuations that had happened in a certain forest in a period of 6 years. So fluctuations of the amount of biomass, it is an indicator of ongoing forest degradation or regeneration. So from here, we can have a plan on how to restore those degraded forests. So for the monitoring of forest biomass, it can be performed using various techniques. So for an example is the traditional to advanced techniques. So we have here the traditional techniques wherein we can have the visual interpretation of images. However, and then it is accurate. However, it is subject to time consuming. It is subjective, it is time consuming and suitable for small scale mapping. But with the use of remote sensing or the advanced techniques, we involve the use of these advanced techniques that involves the use of the remote sensing. We can do a large scale monitoring with the use of these advanced techniques. So with this, I will be presenting a case study here in the Philippines wherein we have monitored the above ground biomass of a pine forest, Benguet pine, specifically the Benguet pine forest, using this remote sensing technology that I had discussed a while ago, briefly discussed a while ago. So with this one, we have the objective to monitor the above ground biomass changes from 2014 to 2019 using these remote sensing techniques and then machine learning. And then with this information that had been derived from 2014 to 2019, one of the objectives is that to locate areas needing restoration by determining the above ground biomass loss and productivity in the Benguet pine forest. So we have conducted our study in one area in the northern part of the Philippines, specifically the Bukod Benguet, of which the major forest cover here in the Bukod Benguet is Pinus gesea or the Benguet pine. And then northern part of the Philippines is very important because they are the sources of water that supplies the watershed or the source of water for the entire northern Philippines. That's why it's very important for us to monitor these things. And then we have used the Landsat images that were acquired in 2014 and then in 2019. So from these satellite images that were, it is a remote sensing data. We had done pre-processing from the raw image, and then we have conducted pre-processing for this one to get the correct information. So from this one, we also have collected ground data in 2019 and also in 2012. So from the data in 2012, we were able to come up with the information in 2014. So we have collected sampling plots or established 56 sampling plots in the area, in the municipality, wherein we have collected those information of the tree height, and then the diameter information of this one. So to the left in the image, as we can see, this one is a land use and land cover of the area, and then the red points are the locations of the sampling plots where we have collected the data. And then using for us to determine the above ground biomass of the sampling plots of the one that we have collected in the ground, we have used the allometric models that were developed by Lombres and Lee in 2013, specifically for Benguet pine species. And then for the for us to come up with the volume information. And then for us to come up with the above ground biomass information, we have used the IPCC technique or the equation of the IPCC of that one to come up with the above ground biomass. And then for the machine learning technique that we have used the KNN or the K nearest neighbor for us to model the above ground biomass, or for us to know the above ground biomass of those areas that we were not able to collect data. And then for us to say that our technique or the information that we have derived is accurate, we have used the RMSE, the MAE, and then PRMSE, RMSPE for the evaluation criteria. So as to the results of our study, we have here. Okay, so by the way, we also had conducted comparative studies on here. So what if we will be making use of the raw data in above ground in biomass estimation? What if we will be using those data that were pre-processed in biomass estimation? So from those images, we have come up with these results. So as we can see, there is a big difference between those. This is the raw data. Okay, so on here in this leftmost image, we have here the raw data. We did not do any pre-processing on this one. We just use the raw data, and then we come up with we estimate the above ground biomass. So this is the information. And then for this one is that we had done pan sharpening for the raw data. And then on this rightmost image, this one is the pre-processed data. So they pan sharpened, and then the surface reflectance data. And then, so we can see the great difference of this one. So as to the accuracy, this image had the highest accuracy among the three images. So we have here the highest accuracy. That's why we derived the 2019 information basing on this one, because it has the highest accuracy. That it improved the accuracy by as RMSPE of 14%. Okay, so the performance improvement made by this image, they improve the pan sharpened surface reflectance image is that when the accuracy went as high as the RMSPE went as high as 14%. So from this one, we come up with here that to have the information of the 2019 above ground biomass. So, and then from this 2019, aside from the 2019 above ground biomass information, we also come up with the above ground biomass information of the 2014. So we went back 6 years. 2014, 5 years difference, and then to see what were the changes that had happened in this forest. Okay, so with the use of remote sensing, we were able to come up with this information of the above ground biomass in 2019 and then in above ground biomass in 2014. So with this one, we have come up with the changes, biomass change map from 2014 to 2019. So the red colored, it represents those areas that have a big change. So 17, the changes on the above ground biomass is the red area. It means that they were the most disturbed, while the green are they positive, or they are the positive changes, which means that it increased. So from here, from this map, the average annual change or rate of biomass productivity was between -35 to 95, 0.95 to 38 0.45 tons per hectare. So the positive changes, it is a positive, yeah, because we can see that the biomass in that certain area have increased. So for those negative changes, it means that the biomass have decreased, or it indicates that there are changes, or the forest area on here, and there are tree cutting activities that were conducted, or a forest fire that had occurred. And then, yeah, there with 17.84% of the forest experience a massive biomass loss. So this is a sort of a bad news, because there is a biomass loss. So there are forest fires that had occurred in that area, landslide, just like that. And then 11.65% of the land experience a moderate loss. So those here that are highlighted in here, those were the areas that have experienced a moderate loss of biomass from 2019 to 2014. And then most of the forest land was in a condition of moderate or good development, but around 30% of the forest was still experiencing degradation. So the possible drivers of the significant above ground biomass changes here are this. One, we have identified that the positive changes are due to the increase of vegetative land cover, and are usually observed in thickly forested areas irrespective of the neighboring land use. And then some areas showed significant biomass loss, as I've said a while ago, those that are the red colored on those. So the negative changes, which were primarily induced by a variety of disturbances, such as landslide or erosions, that are as shown here in the figures, the farming activities and also the logging activities, and then forest fires. And then here is a possible sequence of events that will happen if a disturbance occurs. So if there is a human intervention after a disturbance, usually the area will be converted to economically profitable land use, particularly agricultural land. So we have here, if there would be a human intervention after a disturbance, that would be this will be what happened. There will be an economically productive, but for those without human intervention, there would be an ecologically production. So both are productive. However, the other hand is this within human intervention is economic. And then, but on the other hand, if there would be human intervention and then just let the nature do the healing, is that there would be an ecological production. So strengthening the community-based forestry could be an immediate and successful approach to forest restoration. And as to the conclusion, the above ground biomass fluctuations are observed in the pristine pine forest, and then the factors that are most likely able to derive a significant reduction of above ground biomass are forest fire, landslide, and agriculture expansion in the pristine pine forest. So restoration plans may be developed to recover natural resources that were degraded. And then there should be a design a management strategy that would preserve smaller parcels of land, as they would be more susceptible to natural and human damage even if given protected status. So from that one, thank you very much. That is all my presentation.
Okay, thank you for all of our plenary speakers for their excellent presentation. We will now open the call for
Hello.
Please wait for a while we do some technical issues. Is it okay now? Okay. So to do it again, thank you all for our plenary speakers for their excellent presentations. We will now open the floor for questions and discussion. And before asking your questions, please briefly introduce yourself and indicate which speaker your question is directed to. For our online participants, please kindly use the raise hand feature or submit your question through the chat.
The mic,
It's okay.
but this is for in here. They can't hear me.
Nurmaisa. Okay.
Okay.
Hello, can you hear me?
Mike. Okay, we can discuss it.
Okay, now we are, since someone has already submitted their first question, it is from Mr. Vickey from Indonesia, and it is directed to our first speaker, which is Dr. Nurcholis. I will read the question from Mr. Vickey. Is it possible to grow palm tree oil crops in post-mining land as bioenergy, like biodiesel? You mentioned before mining industries spend 1,000 hectares land. If we can, I think it can be a solution for us to prevent from opening new agricultural land. Please, I'll give the floor to Dr. Nurcholis to answer the question.
Give the mic or
Okay, thank you for Mr. Vickey for the question. So yeah, now we are still calculating about how we can produce bioenergy like especially from Kalyandra. So we can we can understand because we know that the red Kalyandra can grow well in the marginal land, and also these crops can grow fastly. So by this way, economically,
oil from oil. Yeah. So by this way, we still develop how do the oil palm plantation can support for the 50% biodiesel. Yeah. So I think we have to calculate precisely about our economic and then our environment. Yeah, you know that until now still in debate about the status of the oil palm tree. Yeah, that we make change from the forest to the oil palm plantation. Yeah. But if we know that Indonesia with 17,000 islands, and then from this small island, so we can develop the bioenergy crops like oil palm, and then for example sweet sorghum for producing the bioethanol, and then also from red calandra or other crops that we can produce, like the wood chip or also from wood chip or wood pellets. Yes, I think like this. Yeah. Thank you for this question, but maybe if other questions, so please. Is enough? Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you so much for the answers, Dr. Mohammad. We have one more questions for Dr. Mohammad Nurcholis from one of our participants online. The questions are, what are the biggest technical challenges you currently face in scaling these bioenergy crop solutions from research plot to larger post-mining industrial sites?
Yeah. Okay. Thank you for this question. You know that the development of the mining area, especially in Indonesia, because there are many kinds of mining types, like coal, and then also minerals, like metal minerals, and then gold mining. So by this way, the mining area to be border and border. Yeah. So by this way, yeah. So we have to for the first we have to evaluate what kinds of problem. Yeah. For example, if the problem like the soil acidity, and then also the heavy metals, so there is no chance. So we have to produce the crops or the plants that not will be consumed by people as food crops. Yeah. So these crops better if we develop for the non-food stuff. Yeah. For example, for the bioenergy or biomass energy, and there are some kinds of the bioenergy crops like for the bioethanol, and then biodiesel, and then also for the wood chip or wood pellets. So by this way, by developing the bioenergy crops, especially in the mining, the post-mining area. So I think there is a good chance. And then by this way, we can use the lands that already contaminated by like toxic and also the heavy metals. Yeah, to be the productive land. Yeah, I think this. Thank you. And then, sorry, and also that for the next, you know, that the oil fuels, yeah, to be lower and lower for the reserve. So by this way, we can develop, especially for the small islands. Yeah, for the small islands, because we are the archipelago, so many small islands that they also need the energy. And then some supplying the oils from the other islands because of, for example, ocean condition, and then climate, and then also, for example, disaster. Yeah. So by this way, if they can develop the energy from the local crops, for the local bioenergy crops, so they can, for example, 30% for the total energy. Yeah. So by this way, they can resilience for some disaster that they still use and they can still use the energy from the local or for the small islands. Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much for the answers, Dr. Mohammad. Moving on to the next questions. It is directed to our second speaker, which is Dr. Vickey Chen. The question is, do organic rice products get a good response from consumers, considering that the price of organic products is usually higher? This is profitable for farmers, but it feels expensive for consumers. In your case, the price of organic rice is 2.9 times higher than of conventional rice. How to ensure a good price balance for the farmers and consumers? Thank you.
Okay, it's a very good question. Usually, if you see the price, although it looks like 2.9% higher, usually it's not very expensive regarding the price of that. I tell you, for the organic rice for other places or for the import from Japan, it's even 3 times higher than the package of per kilogram for us. So usually the price is not defined by us, it's already defined by the market. So it's the acceptable price for the market price, and you package it as a 1 kilogram. So it's really already be accepted. And the other reason is because this is running by Farmer Association, so they do the contract purchasing based on if you produce the organic rice, the land is already certain kind of amount will be higher than conventional one. So the farmer will be really happy to grow it as long as apply for organic. And the other reason is there is a marketing theory called mouth of word. So when your neighbor do something, it feel good. You want to do it as well. So usually this good case is not because the government or the university involved. It's because the Farmer Association stand as a media, which is running by true marketing model, then it can sustain until right now. It's okay?
Yes, thank you so much, Professor Chen. Moving on to the next question, it is directed to our third speaker, Mr. Abdul Rahim. It is a question from one of our committee, Mrs. Nurmaisa. The question is, what are the major challenges farmers face when implementing habitat management strategies in their fields? Please, Dr. Abdul Rahim, could you please answer the question?
Okay, thank you. This is a good question because I think the biggest challenge is the perception or fact or reality that pesticide guaranteed better than other pest control methods. This is the reality. Why the farmer always using synthetic pesticide. But I think this concept of IPM, integrated pest management, we can use pesticide synthetic, but we must wise if using pesticide. For the example, maybe we can use frequency, low frequency, low dose, and also know many pesticide soft chemical in product in the market. So I think this is the problem, because the farmer often provide immediate and visible result. In contrast, the other control, for example, habitat management, requires time for natural enemies to establish and become effective. In addition, there are many problems about the research about control without pesticide. So I think education or demonstration or field experiment and extension program are essential to promote control of pests without pesticide. I think this is my answer. Yes, it's enough.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you so much, Dr. Abdul Rahim. Moving on to the next question. It is also from our committee, Mrs. Nurmaisa, directed to our last speaker, Dr. Nova Doyog. I would like to ask, how can the findings from remote sensing and machine learning studies can be effectively translated into forest management policies and conservation practices?
Okay, so thank you for the question. Okay, so as I had presented is that the use of the remote sensing technology of monitoring the forest resources. So we can come up, so from the data or from the information that we had gathered with the use of those remote sensing technology, because of the remote sensing technology, we are able to see forest fire occurrences areas. So from those information or from those let's say the above ground biomass map that were derived using the remote sensing data, from those information we can come up with the plans. So from those information we can see where are those areas that needs immediate restoration, and then also we can also see where are those areas that we need to just protect it for us to conserve those natural forest resources. So with those remote sensing data, we can integrate it in the planning or those management practices in the protection and conservation of the forest resources. So with those, because using the remote sensing data, we can come up where are those areas that needs a restoration, or those areas that have low biomass, then there is those areas are needing restoration. So as a forest managers, we can come up with a plan that, okay, we can be having our tree planting activities in those areas, rather than we just don't know or we have no idea where to do the tree planting activities. So with those information that we were able to derive with the use of the remote sensing technologies, we can locate where are those areas that needs immediate restoration or protection activities. So that is my answer on how we can use the remote sensing data in the conservation of forest resources.
Discussion and Ini. Baca yang mana ya? Dengar nggak sih? Global crisis through sustainable and integrated solution. And it is certificated proudly presented to Professor Dr. Mohammad Nurcholis for their reclamation and degraded lands through soil rehabilitation and sustainable bioenergy development. Awarded today on June 3rd, 2026 at National Chongqing University, Taiwan. And signed by Dr. Hwang, Director of International Doctoral Program in Agriculture, National Chongqing University, and also Dr. Chen, Dean College of Agriculture and Natural Resources, National Chongqing University. And to represent the certificates, may I invite Dr. Ronda Tullay to the stage to give certificates to the on-site plenary speakers. And for online plenary speakers, will receive their certificate through respective emails. I think so. Yeah. Okay. Thank you so much. Now for the online plenary speakers, they will receive their certificate through their respective emails. Please find your emails later on. Okay, I'm sorry, moving on to the Dr. Vickey. For the theme is Resilient Energy, Food, and Water Systems for Addressing Global Crisis Through Sustainable and Integrated Solution. Certificate is proudly presented to Dr. Chen from Global Initiative to Local Action, Policy, and Stakeholder Perspective in Taiwan Rural SEPLS, awarded today, June 3rd, 2026, in National Chongqing University, Taiwan. Also signed by Dr. Hwang and Dr. Chen Zifa. Thank you. Okay, thank you. Thank you once again to all of our speakers, and to remind our online plenary speakers will receive their certificate through respective emails. And we will now break for lunch. The symposium will resume at 1:45 p.m. For presenters in the afternoon breakout session, please remember to join your assigned breakout rooms before the session begins. The breakout rooms will be open shortly. Please enjoy your lunch, and we look forward to seeing you again this afternoon. Thank you.
Test, test. Could you guys hear me online?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Hello.
Hello? Can you hear me?
Not really clear.
Not really clear. Okay. Wait. Will it be better right now?
Yeah, it's better.
Better. Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Test, test, test. Disclaimer.
Yes, we can hear you.
Here.
Section
Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to this session on sustainable agriculture and environment. For our online participants, if you can hear me clearly, please kindly click the thumbs up reaction. Thank you.
Actually, your voice not really clear for us.
Really?
Yeah, it's kind of echoing.
How about this?
Yeah, it's better.
Oh, thank you.
You're welcome.
My name is Hwang, and I'm a master's student from the Department of Entomology, National Junction University, Taiwan. And I will serve as the moderator for this session today, at this afternoon. And before we begin, I would like to do a quick technical check with our speakers. Ms. Vanya Rahita, you here?
Yes.
Okay. So, is your microphone working properly? And is your PowerPoint ready? Can you share your PowerPoint with us?
I'm so sorry. I cannot hear you clearly.
I mean, is your PowerPoint ready? Ready? Can you share it with us?
I'm so sorry. Can you repeat it?
You're asking for your PowerPoint, Mbak
Oh,
Vania.
okay. Okay. Let me share my PowerPoint ya.
Thank you.
Okay. Can you guys see it?
Yes.
Okay.
Can you move to the next slide and to make sure it can work?
Okay.
Okay,
Are we
thank you.
started?
Not yet, not yet. I have
Oh.
something to talk. Yeah. And Miss Mutia, you here?
Oh, Miss.
Mutia, are you here?
Yeah.
Yes, I'm here.
I'm so sorry. Can you repeat again? So, can you share your PowerPoint with us?
Mutia, can you try to share your screen for our PowerPoint?
Okay, wait a minute.
You can see your PowerPoint. Oh yeah, it's work. It's work.
Okay.
You can move to the next slide and to make sure it works.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. And so for today's session, each speaker will have 12 minutes for their presentation. And I will give a reminder when there are 2 minutes remaining. And to all participants, except during the Q&A session, please keep your microphone muted. If you have any questions, you may also type them in the chat box. And we are also pleased to have Ms. Hwang as a reactor for this session. After the presentations, she will provide feedback and lead the discussion. So now we will begin our first presentation. And our first speaker is Ms. Vanya from Universities Island, Indonesia. Her presentation is entitled The Impact of Employee Well-being on Work Engagement with Network Values, as moderating a variable among non-operational employees in the food and beverage industry. Implication for human resource policy and Indonesia's food system resilience. And please join me in welcoming Ms. Vanya Rahita. Vanya, we can, okay.
Can you guys see it?
You haven't shared the screen yet.
Okay, wait.
Yeah,
Wait. Let me share the screen. Okay, guys see it? Okay.
We can see your PowerPoint.
Okay, I will start it. Okay.
Yeah, okay.
Okay. Hello everyone. My name is M.Agr. I'm a psychologist master student from University Islam Indonesia, Yogyakarta. Today I will talk about my research on employee well-being and work engagement with net job value as moderating variable in Indonesia food and beverage industry. I hope this research can give useful insight for all of us here. And let's begin. Okay. Let me start with some important numbers. Indonesia food and beverage industry employs 19.48 million workers. It is the third biggest contributor to our national economy. But here's the problem. Only 23% employees worldwide are truly engaged at work, and in Indonesia, only 30% of employees feel truly well at work. This means most employees in the food and beverage industry are not giving their full effort. They feel disconnected from their job. Many of them are thinking about leaving, and this is the problem we want to solve. And so, what is the research trying to do? Our goal is to find out, does employee increase work engagement, and does something called net job value make that relationship stronger or weaker? And we have two hypotheses. Uh, for the first hypothesis, employee well-being has a positive effect on work engagement. When employees feel good, they work better. And the second hypothesis, net job value acts as a moderator. When employees feel their job is truly worthwhile, well-being leads to even stronger engagement. But when they feel the job is not worth it, engagement stays low, even if they feel well. And these two hypotheses guided the whole study of this research. And now let me explain what is net job value means. This is the most unique part of our research. Net job value is how an employee answer this question, like, is my job truly worth my time and energy? And it has two parts of dimension. And the first part is called expected utility of person job. This asks, how good is my current job? Does it give me career growth, good pay, good leadership, and work-life balance? And the second part is called expected utility of job alternative. This asks, are there better jobs out there? Could I get higher salary, more growth, or a better environment somewhere else? Now, here's the key logic. If the employee thinks other jobs are better than their current job, their net job value is low. And when net job value is low, even the healthy and well employee will start to disengage from their work. This is exactly what was happening in the company we studied. Okay. And the theoretical framework. Our research is built on three theory. First, the job demands resources. This theory says that when employees have enough resource, like good health and a supportive environment, they become more engaged. Well-being is one of those key resource. And the second is a social exchange theory. This theory explains that employees work hard when they feel the organization give back fairly. If they feel the exchange is not balanced, they pull back their effort. And the last, psychogeospatial lens. This is the idea that where employees cyclically work in a it's like in a busy city or a remote rural area, or like evac how they feel psychologically. Together, these three theory from the foundation of our model. And you can see the conceptual model on the left. We can see the geographic context shape employee well-being, whether someone works in a urban factory zone or a rural area makes a real difference to how they feel. And in the middle, employee well-being is our main predictor. It leads to work engagement on the right. But below we have net job value as the moderator. It's control how strong the connection between well-being and engagement. We measure well-being using the employee well-being scale, and we measure engagement using Utrecht work engagement scale, and we measure net job value using the alternative job net value scale by LGK and college in 2025. And for the method, we use the quantitative survey design. We target 250 non-operational employees such as HR, finance, IT, marketing, and many more. They need to have worked at the company for at least 1 year. The survey will be done online through the Kobo toolbox. For the analysis, we use moderated regression through the MATMOD module in Jamovi software. And this, for the psychogeospatial lens, employee working in urban area face things like heavy traffic, high living costs, and social pressure. An employee working in a rural area faces different problems like isolation from family, limited facility, and fewer career opportunity. And these two different environments create a very different psychological experience. So the same HR policy will not work equally for both of groups. So this is why we need to location sensitive human resource strategy in the food and beverage industry. So we expect this research to help group of people for food and beverage company. They can use our finding to create well-being programs that fit the specific location of their employee, not one size fits all. For the government, especially those working on Indonesian National Development Plan from 2025 to 2029, this research show that employee well-being is connected to food security. A stable, engaged workforce means a stronger food system. And the last, for academics, this study tests a new construct, net job value, in a real industry context. It also connects organizational psychology with food system science and the global level. This support SDGs 2, which is zero hunger, and SDGs 8, which is design work. And to finish, here are 3 main points of our research. And for the first, well-being drive engagement. Employees who feel physically and mentally well are more energetic, dedicated, and focused at work. And the second, net job value is the key factor. When employees feel their job is worthwhile, better than alternative, and well-being leads to strong engagement. When they don't feel that way, engagement drops. And the last, geography matters. Where employees work shapes how they feel. Human resource strategy need to respect that the difference. And we believe this research can help Indonesia food and beverage industry become stronger, more human, and more resilient. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Ms. Vanyaji Rahita, for your insightful presentation on employee well-being, work engagement, and resilience in the food and beverage industry. So now we will move on to our second presentation. And since Ms. Mustia's network problem, so Ms. Nurcholis, right? Yeah, will present. Okay, so her presentation is entitled From Reactive to Anticipatory and Adaptive Resilience Framework for Urban Water System in the Edge of Climate Uncertainty. Please, a warm welcome to Ms. Nurcholis.
Okay, thank you very much. So, hello, good afternoon, everyone. Before I begin, I would like to acknowledge my colleagues who are joining this presentation today. And we come from multidisciplinary professional background in industrial and organizational psychology. And this project actually reflects our collective concern and professional interest in how organizational resilience can contribute to sustainable urban water management under climate uncertainty. So allow me introduce my colleagues here, Mutia, Jenny, and another, Mr. Arif cannot attending this conference finally. And we are, all of us are supporting this work. So finally we can hear. So before discussing the framework, let me briefly explain the methodological approach used this project. This study applies a conceptual applied approach, meaning that the framework is not only theoretical grounded, but also designed for practical implementation in organizational settings. We adopt an interdisciplinary perspective by integrating organizational behavior, human capital, environmental perspective, and technological system. Importantly, this project is also informed by an action research perspective, allowing continuous learning and adaptation and response to changing environmental conditions. In short, this framework is designed to be an adaptive, applicable, and sustainable. So now let me introduce the core framework proposed this study. We call it a model of the adaptive resilience framework to urban water system. And so the framework begins with the climate and environmental uncertainty, which creates disruption in water system, such as fluctuation in water availability, declining raw water quality, and risk to surface continuity. To address this disruption, we have proposed an adaptive resilience system consisting of 5 interconnected layers. This includes the organizational layers, human capital layers, behavioral spatial layers, technological layers, and adaptive learning layers. So together, these layers create a system that is not only responsive, but also anticipatory in facing future uncertainty. And to operationalize this framework, we propose 5 case mechanisms of adaptive resilience. And the first mechanism is an organizational agility, which focus on accelerating decision-making, strengthening crisis response, and improving adaptive coordination. The second mechanism is RESIC-based talent mapping. I'm at aligning individual with critical organizational roles while improving workforce flexibility and talent readiness. And the third mechanism introduced to geospatial approach supported by GeoVibes engine technology. And the fourth mechanism is the integration of ERP or a human capital management system to support data-driven workforce management and operational decision-making. Finally, the fifth mechanism in action research cycle to enable continuous adaptive learning and organizational improvement. So among the proposed mechanism is one of the key innovation in this project is psycho-geospatial perspective. This perspective seeks to understand and influence human behavior in relation to space, environmental system, and water resource management. Through pro-environmental spatial behavior, employees are encouraged to develop concrete actions in preserving ecosystem sustainability within operational areas. To support this approach, we introduced the GeoVibes engine or GVE, a technology protected underlying intellectual property rights. GVE enable organizations to map spatial behavior patterns, identify environmental vulnerability, and support anticipatory decision-making in water system management. In our view, these psycho-geospatial dimensions become an important differentiating contribution of this framework. And in conclusion, this framework offers several strategic contributions First, it strengthens climate and environmental resilience by supporting sustainable urban water governance and encouraging pro-environmental behavior. Second, it enhances organizational resilience by improving workforce readiness, adaptive capacity, and anticipatory governance. Third, it integrated behavior, spatial, technological system into a data-driven resilience model. Ultimately, this project proposed an important transformation from reactive responses toward adaptive and anticipatory resilience in urban water system. And therefore, since this project already done by 2025, and there are several conclusions, and therefore we warmly invite opportunities for collaboration with organization, researcher, practitioner, and policymaker that interested in a pilot implementation for future research, model validation, and practical application of this framework. We strongly believe that meaningful and sustainability innovations can only emerge through the synergy of knowledge, technology, and real-world professional experience. And I think that's all that our team want to introduce in this conference. And thank you very much for your attention. We sincerely welcome your question and discussion.
Okay, thank you very much, Ms. Farita Aviani. So, for your valuable presentation on adaptive resilience in urban water systems. So, because our third presenter, he is in the middle of the meeting, so he can join us today. So we have now completed all two presentations. I would like to sincerely thank you all of yours. Thank all of our speakers for sharing their valuable research and perspective with us today. So now I would like to invite our reactor, Ms. Yalo Wang, to provide feedback and comments on the presentations.
So thank you everyone to come for our symposium, and thank you for giving us wonderful presentation today. And so let's move on to the QX session. So first of all, I have one question direct to our first speaker, Ms. Vania. Is that correct? Vania? I'm sorry.
Okay, it's okay.
Okay, so since net job value is a relative new construct, so how will you establish its validity and demonstrate that it provides additional explanatory power beyond traditional measures such as job certification or work-life balance?
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question? Because I don't get it.
Could you briefly compare your methodology and compare it to the traditional methods such as the certification form or like the work-life balance evaluation sheet? Can you try to give us a compare research to show all the benefit of your new method for evaluate the well-being certification.
Okay.
I think she asking about if you can try to explain about the your
Comparison.
methodology comparisons regarding your thesis or
Okay, so basically you want to, okay, sorry. Thank you for the question. So, you want to ask about the comparison of methodology of my research, and I'm so sorry because I don't really hear the clearly sound. Or can you type the question? Is it okay?
Yeah, I can tap the
Okay.
question.
Thank you, thank you. Thank you.
I'm sorry, it's tech time. Have you sent the
Yeah,
question?
I got the question. Okay. Okay, thank you for the question. Is it, let me answer the question right now, or?
Yeah, you can answer the
Okay.
question right now.
Okay, thank you for the question. This is actually one of the most important methodological challenges in our study, and we have planned several steps to address it. First, we establish construct validity, even though the net job value is new, but it is not untested. It was developed and validated by LGK, Hidayat, and Pratono in 2025, and using a proper scale development process, including confirmatory, factor analysis, and reliability testing among Generation Z employee. So we are not building the construct from the scratch. We are playing an already validated scale in new context, which is the Indonesia food and beverage industry. So, and the second, we run incremental validity testing. This is the most direct way to show that net job value adds something beyond traditional measure. We do this into in step one, we enter traditional predictor first. This includes employee well-being and start demographic control like tenure, age, and job level. And step two, we add net job value as the moderator. Uh, then we compare the R square value between the two model if the R square increase significantly when net job value is added, that is statistical evidence that is explain variance that traditional predictor alone couldn't explain. This is called delta R square or change in R square. And it is a standard method for the demonstrating incremental validity. And the third, we test the interaction effect directly. In moderated regression, we create an interaction term between employee well-being and net job value. And if this interaction term is statistically significant, it means job net value change the strength of the well-being to engage relationship in a way that no traditional variable capture. And fourth, we conduct a simple slope analysis. Even if the interaction is significant, we need to show what it looks like in practice. So we plot the relationship between well-being and engagement at the three level of net job value, and one standard deviation below the mean at the mean first below the mean at the mean, and one standard deviation above the mean. So if the slope are meaningful different across those three levels, it visually and statically confirm that net job value is doing real explanatory work, not just adding noise. And the conclusion, we establish net job value additional explanatory power through construct validity from existing literature, incremental validity testing using delta R square, a significant and interpretable interaction effect, and simple slope analysis for the practical meaning and discriminant validity from the traditional construct. Together, these 5 steps give us strong evidence that the net job value is not redundant, and it adds something real and measurable to our understanding of employee engagement. That's from me. If there's any question.
Okay, let's move to the second question direct to our second speaker, Hosea. So I'm going to move on to the second question. I'm going to move on to the first question to the second speaker, and I'm going to tap it on our chat box. I think that will be easier for us to see the exact question.
Thank you.
To the second. Okay. I know. I will read out your question later. I'm sorry. And can we back to the first speaker? There's one more question from Dr. Ronda to Ms. Vania. Her question is already in the chat box, but I will read it out. So Dr. Ronda's question is, under what circumstances can layer model you used be replicated in case other researchers will also conduct it in their own setting? Let's throw the first speaker, Ms. Vania.
Okay, thank you for the second question. Okay, replicability is actually something we thought about carefully when designing this study, and I'm happy to walk through the condition that will make this model work in other settings. First, the industry context need to involve in distributed workforce. Our model works best in industries where employees work across the different geographic location, whether urban or rural, because the psychogeospatial layer of our framework depends on that geographic variation. Industry like agriculture, manufacturing, logistic, mining, hospitality, and of course food and beverage all fit this condition. If a research is studying employees who all work in one single location, the psychogeospatial dimension may not add meaningful variation, and they could simply drop the layer while keeping the core well-being, nature value, and engagement model intact. And second, the target population should include knowledge worker or non-operational employees. Our model is specially designed for employees who have cognitive and evaluative capacity to assess their job alternative. This include administrative staff, manager, professional, and many more. And the not job value construct, especially the expected utility of job alternative dimension assume the employee has real or perceived access to other job option. For a purely operational or low skill worker with very limited labor market mobility, and the alternative utility dimension may have less variance, which could weaken the moderation effect, and researchers should assess whether their target population perceive they have genuine job alternative. And and third, true validation instrument must be properly adapted, and we using US Utrecht word engagement scale, which is widely validated across many countries and industry, and the employee well-being scale by Zhang and College, and adapted into Indonesian by Rahim and College in 2021, and the alternative job net value scale by LGK for replication in other country or language. Researchers must go through a proper translation and adaptation process. This include forward translation, back translation, expert review, and many more. And fourth, sample size should meet the minimum threshold for moderated regression. And the conclusion, the model is replicable under this condition. One, the industry involved the distribution or geographically varied workforce, and two, the population consists of employee with a real or perceived access to job alternative. And next, three, the instruments are properly translated, and we believe this model has strong potential for replication across Southeast Asian countries with a similar labor market dynamics, such as the Philippines, Vietnam, Malaysia, and Thailand. Particularly in the food manufacturing and agribusiness sector, we also see potential for cross-industrial replication in healthcare, education, and logistics, which share the same distributed workforce characteristic. And we actually hope this study encourage other research to test and refine this model further, because the more context it is tested, the more we can understand the boundary condition of net job value as a construct. That's it from me. Thank you.
Right.
So for the next, I have already typed my question in the chat box to Ms. Lucia. So I will read out my question, and you guys can also check my question in the chat box. So my question is, do Simple's resilience model can be applied to other critical infrastructure sectors such as energy or transportation, and what modifications will be necessary? Hello, Ms. Hosea, are you around?
Hello, Mutia. Can you hear Miss Yolang?
Yes, I can hear. Okay, maybe can help in my colleague in Miss Farida.
Okay, so basically, this our first research is we study the case. We find the case from the wait. Let me try to. Okay, so the our research was basically come from the idea of finding the problems from our wait. Company, yeah, we find the company actually that try to manage the water system, and then for your questions, do you think this resilience model can be applied to other critical infrastructure sectors such as energy or transportation, and what modification will be necessary? So yes, the it needs a specific modification approach, and we tried for the next research we need to assess what kind of modification that can make this framework implicable to full our expectation. Wait, Miss Mutia, maybe you can help me to explain about the difference about the starting point.
Okay. Second, but sorry, I can explain in Indonesian, and then Miss Farida can translate to English.
Okay.
Jadi starting point-nya bahwa di setiap perusahaan itu mereka bisa menggunakan intervensi itu. Namun kondisi mereka di masing-masing dari sisi agility, dari sisi kesiapan teknologi, dan 5 aspek tadi itu berbeda. Nah, sehingga perlu diakses dulu mereka berada di tahap mana. Nah, kemudian dari situ kita akan implementasikan. Untuk agility-nya nanti akan ada pengukuran assessment untuk agility mereka di tahap mana. Nah, sehingga nanti itu yang membedakan. Tapi untuk kerangkanya semuanya akan sama, mengarah kepada agility-nya, mengarah kepada peningkatan dari sisi teknologi maupun tadi adaptive learning-nya. Contoh juga tadi adaptive learning-nya itu mereka berada di posisi mana di awal. Oke, seperti itu.
Okay, so Ms. Mutia point is the specific specific methods can be assessed at the first time at the starting point, depends on the sector of this company. So is that correct, Ms. Mutia?
Yes. Correct.
Okay, so this framework, the different thing about the starting point, what kind of industry that the company we try to conduct these research, and we need to do the first assessment, initial assessment, so we can try we can figure out which point that we can choose for the starting point. I hope it's answer.
Yeah. Thank you for your complete responses. So are we going to do the certificate first? So thank you guys to join our afternoon discussion section. So we all value your guys' intelligent work. So we will like to give you guys the certification layers through the eligible PDF file. So please make sure you can answer the evaluation sheet after our symposium. So now I will show you the PowerPoint of the certification will look like. So Szu-Hung will share the screen to show our certification later for you guys. And thank you for our presenters, and thanks for our author. Everyone will get one certificate through our Gmail. The presenter. So let's three certificate after the two presenters for today. And we also prepare the certificate for all the authors for your abstract. So you guys' abstract will be included in our abstract book. So for now, I would like to invite you guys to leave this break our room and go back to the main room to join our further section, including the synthesis part and also the closing remarks. Thank you for joining our session.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you again to all speakers, our reactor, and all participants for joining this session. And before we close, I would like to invite all participants to return to the main room after this session for a close ceremony. This concludes our session. Thank you very much. And we will take a photo by screenshot. So please open your camera. Thank you.
Right. 3, 2, 1. Thank you everybody for coming. So let's see you guys at the main room later. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye. See you later.
Bye. See you around.
See you around. Presenter, you want a third presenter? You need to ask. Author and so
We going back to the main room, right?
Yeah, just click the leave breakout room. Don't click leave meeting. Just
Okay.
click leave breakout room. Thank
Okay.
you.
Okay. Thank
I'm
you.
sorry.
Research-oriented comprehensive university. We connect with the world through outstanding academic achievements. We're committed to cultivating talent with immense creativity,
Thank you. I
global
totally
perspective,
like.
and deep local
I saw it.
engagement. With a strong
Yeah, she's
foundation in
the one.
agriculture and biomedicine, we've established research excellence recognized worldwide. In science and engineering, we continue to lead in cutting-edge technology, advancing research and development capabilities. In humanities and social sciences, we embrace diverse perspectives, fostering interdisciplinary communication while making a social impact. By establishing the largest national university system of Taiwan, we integrate educational resources, creating exceptional cross-disciplinary value and driving the future of higher education in Taiwan. Our Innovation Center pioneered a one-stop entrepreneurial support system, providing NCHU faculty and students with a platform to transform ideas into real-world industry collaboration. With strengths in agriculture and engineering, 10 of NCHU's research fields are ranked in the top 1% globally by ESI. We achieved new heights in the QS World University Rankings by subject, with 14 disciplines recognized globally, a testament to our diverse academic strengths and comprehensive growth. Our Higher Education Sprout project has consistently achieved the top result, ranking 5th nationwide in fluency. Our 4 specialized research centers excel in their respective fields, focusing on sustainable, pioneering, and advanced studies. NCHU leads the world in agricultural and life sciences research. Among the academicians of Academia Sinica in this field, 7 are from NCHU, the highest percentage among Taiwanese universities. We have also recruited Yushan Fellows, continuously striving for excellence. We pioneered an international STEM program for women, established dual-degree partnerships with world-class universities, and launched Taiwan's first UC Davis 3+X program. Through numerous global collaborations, we showcase our international strengths. We partner enhances global exchange and connectivity. At NCH's Nantou campus, we established Asia's first Academy of Circular Economy, focusing on sustainability and net zero emissions, driving local prosperity and industry growth. NCHU's College of Medicine collaborates with 4 major teaching hospitals, setting new standards in medical education. We're actively developing a smart medical park, integrating AI with cutting-edge medicine. Dedicated to optimizing industry-academia collaboration, NCHU strategically partners with science parks and leading industries, expanding cooperation and innovation. Building a sustainable, leveraging carbon-negative agricultural technology and net zero engineering technology to broaden corporate vision and strengthen industry-academia alliances. We address local needs by incorporating human-centered values and digital technology to solve regional challenges and expand global influence. NCHU is committed